South Florida tonight, baseball tonight. Sun Life Stadium. No tarp on the field tonight. Got Marlins, got Braves on time. This series, dead even at a game apiece. Stan Uggla and the Fish got game one. Last night, the Braves answered. Tonight, the Braves get Ricky Nolasco and the Fish get Huddy, Tim Hudson. And mic'd up during the game tonight, for your listening pleasure, Jorge Cantu. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton will be mic'd up as well during the game. Just like it, Marlins and Braves, they hadn't met all season until 2 nights ago, and it's like just like they picked up last year.
It's amazing when these two teams hook up, and I almost want to say it's the same with the Mets and the Phillies as well. Because they're in the same division, there's always a little extra importance, it seems like, in these games. But when the Marlins and Braves hook up, it's always fun to watch, and it's always fun to watch Freddie and Bobby Cox as well.
And, of course, both teams familiar with each other. The Braves are very familiar with Ricky Nolasco because his last start last year was an important one. It essentially knocked the Braves out of the postseason, and it put Ricky in the record books for the Marlins.
A lot of times you can zero in on a last start for a pitcher, and you can say, well, it was toward the end of the season. But you know what? The Braves wanted to win this game. I'll tell you that for sure. Ricky Nolasco, 16 strikeouts at one point. Innings 3 through 5, he had 9 strikeouts in a row. All of a sudden, Ricky now moving up on the Marlins all-time win list. He's number 4 on that list. And we keep forgetting to talk about the fact that after he was sent down to the minor leagues last year, Ricky came back, went 11-4, and had a nice ERA in the 3s.
Coming back, that's something that Tim Hudson has had to do for the Braves. Talk all you want about all the young arms in the National League. The old gunslinger is back in Atlanta, and his numbers all of a sudden are creeping up and are better than a lot of the young guns this year.
Yeah, no question about that. Look at his career numbers. Tim Hudson in the last 10 years, number 5 in the major leagues in wins, number 4 in the major leagues in ERA. He's 34, but he is off to a tremendous start. Look at that. He's won 5 games already. That ties him for 11th in the National League. The ERA is amongst the best. And ground ball outs, he's almost 2-to-1 ground balls to fly balls. So it tells you one thing. He's got the arm angle, the arm slot where he wants to, and he's throwing that hard sinker.
His last loss was last month, and it's Hudson and it's Ricky. Marlins had a bullpen meltdown last night. Tonight, a little adjustment to the roster. Craig Minervini and Jeff Conine will break down the roster moves when we get back as we get ready for Marlins and Braves.
After the game, obviously the bullpen has been very good of late, not last night. Unfortunately for Florida, they gave up 6 in the 7th, and it created a bit of a story after the game because the Marlins wound up making some moves, not just from one game. Obviously, Freddie wants to find a lefty. He feels he's not been able to get the lefties out from a lefty-lefty perspective. So here's the roster moves. We'll get Niners' thoughts on in a moment. First of all, those leaving us for at least a little while. Burke Badenhop, who unfortunately went through a tough span in May after a terrific April. 0-5, took the loss last night. He'll be back. He's a good player and a great guy around the clubhouse. Brian Peterson, that role for him is chop off the bench. Niner, Reniel Pinto, DL, hip strain. Now let's talk about who's coming here and tell us what you like about this move. First of all, you got Binte there, first major league experience, but Lamb and Tankersley return.
Well, Mike Lamb, this was suited for his job right out of spring training. He's a veteran guy off the bench. He's going to give Freddie a left-handed presence for pinch hitting late in the game. And Taylor Tankersley, everyone's hoping that he regains that form that he had a couple years ago before he got hurt. He's had a tremendous success against left-handed hitters right now in AAA. So, that's his role. Come up here and get a left-handed hitter out in a tight situation.
He's a first-round pick in 2004. The numbers Niner talking about, 143 lefties against him. I asked Freddie Gonzalez about Tank and what he brings to the team.
Here's a guy that pitched okay in spring training, but we took a safe route with him, make sure that his arm was strong and he was confident in his arm, and he has done that. He's shown that, and I think he's been able to get left-handers out in AAA, and I would give him an opportunity to come up here and hopefully see the Tank we've seen a couple of years ago.
All right, if he does, the Marlins can surely use that left, especially in this NL East, Niner.
Well, hopefully they see the Tank that's been in AAA this year, just 4 hits and 28 at-bats against left-handed hitters.
That would be just what the Freddie ordered. Up next, Game 3 of this series. Can the Marlins win the rubber game and win the series against the Atlanta Braves, or can the Braves make it 2 straight? Good matchup tonight, a pair of right-handers, Tim Hudson and Ricky Nolasco. Rich Waltz, Tommy Hutton with the call. Next.
$15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Toyota, moving forward. Tonight during the game, Jorge Cantu is all mic'd up, so we'll have some sights and some sounds from the Marlins and the Braves. Here's your first taste of Cantu mic'd up.
Who's throwing today for us? Mr. Potato. Mr. Potato. Oh, Mr. Potato.
Jorge Cantu We'll hear from him throughout the night. Marlins and Braves ready to go. The Braves come in at 24-22. There's a look at Martin Prado, who deserves to be on the All-Star team this year. He's been one of the most valuable Braves this season. And Nolasco starts him with a fastball that's sent in the air out to center field. That would be Cameron Maybin out there tonight, and he squeezes it. Here's the rest of the Atlanta Braves appearing in this order. You saw Prado. Jason Hayward, obviously a tough out. Chipper Jones for the Braves. For Chipper, the veteran, the switch hitting third baseman, he has eaten Ricky alive in his career. Eric Hinsky, the start in left field. Troy Gloss at first. Melky Cabrera in center. Yunel Escobar at short. David Ross is catching, and Hudson is in the 9 spot.
Got a feeling that the Braves are going to be aggressive with Prado swinging at that first pitch. And we know that when Ricky gets in a nice groove, he's an aggressive pitcher out there on the mound.
Hayward, of course, lighting things up as a rookie, as a 20-year-old in the big leagues. And we've had a chance to see him for 2 nights now. He was 0 for 3 last night, but you can just see his presence at the plate. He had 2 big hits in Tuesday night's game. All the talk about his composure and his poise. We can see it in the first 2 nights, and certainly he's put up the numbers as well. 2-1 coming from Nolasco. That ball's crushed. Center field deep. Maybin goes back. Track. And it's in the corner. It's off of Maybin. Hayward's around second. He's headed for third. You can't hit a ball that far in any other park and not have it leave. I mean, 400.
He can't believe it.
He is asking if it's a home run. You saw him move his finger around. 434 feet worth of a triple.
Any other ballpark, you're absolutely right, and this is a home run. Off that wall, Cameron got a little bit too close, but this ball is crushed by Jason Hayward. There was a point right about there. He thought it was a home run because he wasn't sure.
He's never hit a ball that far and it not been a home run. So it's Chipper Jones against Ricky Nolasco, and you saw the numbers that Jones has against Nolasco in his career. Breaking ball. Chipper sends it left center. That ball's deep. That ball is off the wall. Hayward will score, and Chipper, who has been slumping badly this year, gets a big piece of that Nolasco breaking ball.
They talked about it. Chipper Jones hitting over 420 in his career against Ricky with 4 career home runs. Another aggressive swing and a flat breaking ball. Look at this ball just stay up in the zone. Didn't have that bite to it that we saw in that video of the 16 strikeout game. That ball kind of hung out there, and Chipper hung it off the wall.
Here now is Eric Hinsky, and the way Tim Hudson has been pitching lately, 1 or 2 runs could be good enough for the Braves tonight. Hinsky has been hitting almost exclusively against right-handers, and quite well, I might add. Those are his season numbers.
Yeah, all the home runs, all the RBIs against right-handers.
It was Hinsky last night that pinch hit in the 7th. Dan Meyer came in and walked him on 5 pitches. And the one pitch that was a strike was a high slider on 2-0 that Hinsky fouled back. And that obviously was an illustration. And if you're a Marlin fan, you know the Marlins have had trouble with their lefties in the bullpen getting lefties out. Taylor Tankersley is here. As Hinsky steps out, the Marlins sending down Burke Badenhop, Brian Peterson, Reniel Pinto placed on the disabled list. There's Tank in the pen. His elbow repaired surgically. Long road back, but his stuff over the last month and a half, 2 months has been very good at AAA. Jay Bente, a right-hander who has an out pitch to lefties. He throws a very good splitter.
Yeah, that's his swing and miss out pitch. Ricky right now trying to get into a groove. He was not in a groove against the White Sox his last time out. 5 1/3 innings, gave up 10 hits and 8 runs.
Change up, and Hinske rolls over on it and pulls it foul. Hinske, a guy that when he got to Boston in 2007 had to accept that he was not an everyday player and accept the role of bench player. And he said fine. And that helped him not only in Boston in 07, Tampa Bay in 08, and with the Yankees last year, get to the World Series in all 3 seasons. Velasco misses inside. 3-2.
That's always a little easier role for a guy in his 30s to accept when he's on a winning ball club.
A lot more time than he thought he would get with Atlanta with the injury to Matt Diaz. Counts full, Chipper's at second. Big breaking ball. Ricky gets the strikeout.
Good pitch, good one to see, and in a great spot to strike out Hinske. Check on the defense. We've seen Cameron Maben running around in center field trying to chase down that long shot hit by Hayward. The outfield setting up the same, as is the infield. Ronnie Paulino behind the plate again.
We told you before the night started that we have Jorge Cantu all mic'd up. We do not have Eric Hinske mic'd up, and that's probably a good thing. Though if our crowd mics did pick up some unpleasantries, we apologize. Troy Gloss goes after a fastball, and it's 0-1.
So with Jorge Cantu mic'd up tonight, we have bilingual mic'd up Jorge Cantu.
Yeah, we have to be careful there, too. If there's any words we're not sure of, we got to run them by Cookie. Gloss up there, and a breaking ball from Velasco misses outside. Yeah, Ricky in his career against Atlanta, 3-4. And this is start number 12. Gloss has hit him well. 4 for 6. All have been singles. And of course, for Gloss, those at bats coming in a different uniform. This is the first time as a Brave that he has seen Velasco. 1 for 6 in the series. Atlanta's off to a 1-0 start thanks to Jason Hayward and Chipper Jones.
One of the areas that has really been troublesome for the Braves is this situation right here, hitting with runners in scoring position. No problem for Chipper Jones with his double driving home Hayward.
But it has been a problem for Chipper Jones up until that point.
Well, you look at the numbers, you look at Chipper Jones's numbers this year, and you just don't think they go with the uniform and the guy we've seen for the last 15 years.
A career .307 hitter coming in. His average at .220. 1-2 coming to Gloss. Oh, there's the breaking ball. It's better than the one he threw to Chipper Jones, that's for sure. He gets Hinske, he gets Gloss. The Braves do get a run. And the Marlins come to bat against Tim Hudson. Is at first, Hanley Ramirez at shortstop, Jorge Cantu is at third base. Cantu's last 11 games, not bad at all. Dan Uggla, Cody Ross, Ronnie Paulino, Cameron Maben, and Ricky Nolasco.
We've been talking about and giving you some of the numbers of Tim Hudson, off to a tremendous start. The 34-year-old veteran with that 5-1 record. He's 8-2 in his career against the Marlins with a .292 ERA and 15 career starts.
Chris Coghlan digs in, struggling this year. But in the 2 games that he saw Tim Hudson last year, he was hot and he hit him. He was 4 for 5 against Hudson. And Coghlan takes inside. It's 1-0. That's outside. Dana DeMuth, the veteran, the crew chief, is our home plate umpire. Kerwin Danley, C.B. Buckner, and Doug Eddings out on the bases. Coghlan bounces one into center field, a base hit. So Chris is aboard with a leadoff single.
Well, it's an interesting matchup because Chris's strength is hitting pitches that are down. Hudson's strength is throwing down, a good sinker. So Hudson either's going to have to go away from his strength and go up, or stay with it and see what happens.
And now Coghlan is 5 for 6 in his career against him.
Yeah. Here's the defense for the Braves tonight. A couple of changes. Hinsky's in left. Melky Cabrera gets the start in center. He's been hot with the bat. Chipper and Troy Gloss, a couple of veterans at the corners. Escobar and Prado up the middle. And David Ross is behind the plate.
Back to the mound. Hudson spears it, and the Braves get a double play on a hard hit ball. And that is how a starting pitcher can help himself, by fielding his position. Hudson is an outstanding athlete, and it shows.
Well, he makes this play like an infielder. Sets his feet, makes a perfect throw to Escobar. And we know that Tim Hudson is an outstanding athlete because his last year in the SEC, not only did he go 15-2, he hit .396 with 18 home runs.
So here is Hanley. Hanley in his career against Tim Hudson has 33 at-bats. He and Uggla have the most at-bats against Hudson, both at 33. And Hanley gets hit. Hudson comes up and in with a fastball and drills him. Wow. And so Hanley will take his base. Cantu will come up. Bobby Cox looks a little perplexed.
You know, it's one of those, to me, with the control that Hudson has, there was a little intent there for what, I don't know. If it goes back to something last year, if it goes back to Hanley, the way he held the bat when he hit his home run last night, but it wasn't a sure home run. But that's not a normal pitch for Hudson. He has very good control.
Cantu climbs in. Hanley is running, and the throw down to second. He's safe. Prado thought he had him. Hanley gets a little revenge by stealing second.
Well, that's one way to counter it. When you have some speed.
And you see Hanley right now pointing at Hudson and pointing to himself. And so there is.
Tell you what, that was very close. Could have been called the other way.
There is something going on between Tim Hudson and Hanley Ramirez right now.
It's only the third batter he's hit this year. But you're right. Hanley wanted to be sure he made eye contact with Hudson.
Cantu took the pitch. The count's 1-0. There's that live Hudson fastball. I mean, it comes in, Tommy, at 91, but it's different than other guys' 91.
Yeah, it's a heavy 91.
14 at-bats against Hudson, a .357 average for Cantu. And it's outside. So heavy that it's tough to catch. In fact, when Freddie Gonzalez was on Bobby Cox's staff, he made T-shirts out for the catchers, the guys that caught Hudson for 9 innings, a complete game. He said, the T-shirt said, "I rode Bodacious for 9." And Bodacious was the name of one of the champion bulls. Freddie one night on the Discovery Channel saw a feature on Bodacious, the bull that was so terrifying that its owner had to take it out of the competition for fear that it would kill somebody. And so, Freddie, it was a real source of honor for the Brave catchers to get one of those T-shirts.
Well, and you have David Ross back there making just his 10th start of the season. So not as used to Tim Hudson as Brian McCann is.
Cantu up the middle, base hit. Hanley round third coming home. And the Marlins get that run back. How sweet is that for Hanley? Look at that. Look at the emotion.
Yeah, that is sweet revenge. And boy, do you have the right guy up there when you have Jorge Cantu at the plate. Came into that at bat well over 400 with runners in scoring position. We chronicle that every night. He comes up in these situations, doesn't try to do too much, and sends that ball right back up the middle. With runners in scoring position and 2 outs, Jorge Cantu now a .364 hitter.
And here's Dan Uggla. So Hanley Ramirez gets hit, and I mean hit with a purpose on the first pitch from Hudson. Steals second, scores on the Cantu single. Uggla gets a 1-0 pitch to swing at, and it's up and in. Uggla, in his 33 at-bats, is a .333 hitter against Hudson.
And one of those, a home run. You know, when you see Hanley do that, it just shows you the complete player he is and the things that he can do to help you win a game.
Hudson has been almost untouchable in the month of May. But the Marlins have touched him up for a run here, getting the run back that Chipper Jones drove in the first. And Uggla fouls it back. Tim Hudson has made 5 starts in May. Only once has he given up 2 runs. 3 times he's given up 1 run. And as Tommy pointed out, his last start, 8 innings of shutout ball in Pittsburgh.
His last 2 starts, he's gone 8 innings.
He's got 4 wins and 1 no decision in the month of May. So he might be your pitcher of the month in the National League. He and Ubaldo Jimenez. I think it's significant for the Braves that Hudson is emerging in a lot of top 5 lists. Batting average against, ERA. Because all of a sudden, he is reemerged as their ace. Uggla walks.
I think that takes a lot of pressure off the youngster, Tommy Hanson. And we mentioned Jair Jurgens on the disabled list with a hamstring pull. He got off to a slow start. Kami's 0-7. Derek Lowe, veteran, not really an ace stature type pitcher at this stage of his career. So yeah, well needed for Bobby Cox and the Braves.
Cody Ross now in his career against Hudson, just 1 for 10. Cantu at second, Uggla's at first. .34 is Hudson. The surgery was in early August in 2008, and he got back last year and made 7 starts.
And you realize when he came back last year, September 1st, his first start after the Tommy John surgery against the Marlins.
And much like Josh Johnson, he was fanatical about working out and rehabbing. In fact, his rehab and workouts carried into the winter, and he felt so good that he canceled a scheduled vacation so it wouldn't disrupt his workout schedule. Ross drives it left field. Hinske doesn't see it. Over for it, Cabrera, and he makes a leaping catch. High anxiety in left field for the Atlanta Braves. So the Marlins get a run. Hanley got hit, swiped second, and got his revenge on a Cantu single.
The reasons he's in the starting lineup tonight. Got a 6-game hitting streak. He's 7 out of his last 13, and made a nice play, I thought, to get over when Hinske on that high fly ball and long fly ball by Cody Ross lost it in the twilight. Cabrera got over there and made the catch.
That was a huge play because the Marlins would have scored 2 with 2 outs. Both runners were on the move, and Hinske, who is not an experienced left fielder, lost it early and never found it. And now Nolasco has to get Escobar with Ross and then Hudson coming up.
A lot of first pitch swinging. So the Braves, so far, their game plan has been to be aggressive against Ricky Nolasco.
I'll bet you Yunel Escobar slept a lot better last night. He came into the ballgame 3 for his last 35, and he went 2 for 3 with a couple of hits in his last 2 at-bats.
He also may have dreamt about his career average against Ricky Nolasco, over 400.
He certainly wasn't dreaming about that breaking ball that he just took for a strike. You could see his displeasure with Dana DeMuth. Nolasco misses inside, and it's 1-2.
See if he goes away and gets him to try to chase that breaking ball. Changeup.
2-2. Ronnie Paulino working behind home plate. As Tommy pointed out, the last start wasn't a good one for Ricky. It was in Chicago. That was the Alexei Ramirez game.
where he drove in 5 of the runs with a homer and a double. Mark Kotze also homered. Ricky's earned run average jumped a full run after that game, from 3.5 to 4.50. Full count now.
It's amazing, though, the best of the best have their struggles. Tim Lincecum is in a struggle right now. His ERA is up to 3. He's walked 15 batters in his last 3 starts.
Breaking ball popped up. Ugla makes the catch. Really tough to see. Gabby Sanchez couldn't see that ball either. He put his arms up, looked for help, and Ugla was on the scene.
We wanted to show you the difference in a good biting breaking ball and one that doesn't. This one doesn't, and you see what Chipper Jones does with it. That's the RBI double. This one bites down and in to get Hinske, and then watch the one to Troy Gloss. Biter down. A lot sharper, a lot more crisp.
Scouts will say about Ricky Nolasco, boy, he can sure spin the baseball. David Ross. Brian McCann with a sore quadricep muscle.
That's an important move to get him out of the lineup. Bobby Cox said he hopes he's back in there tomorrow.
Well, plus he's clobbered Ricky.
Yeah, 4 home runs in his career against Ricky.
Count 2-0. Ricky doesn't look sharp right now. You saw the 2 strikeouts of Hinske and Gloss. Jason Hayward in that first inning hit one 434 feet for a triple, and then Chipper bounced one off the wall in deep left center for his RBI double.
Yeah, the Braves head home. They start a weekend series against the Pirates, and then they take on the Phillies.
It's gone 3-0 now on the number 8 hitter in the Braves order. Got Hudson on deck.
Got to be careful here. He may have the green light.
You heard that exchange. And we talked to Dana DeMuth about that last night. When does an umpire give a hitter time? And he said once a pitcher's motion is started, especially from the windup, and definitely from the stretch, there's no time granted unless something really odd happens. Green light and a fly ball. Maben with Cabrera tagging and on his way to third.
That's a play as you're Melky Cabrera there. You know how difficult it is to pick up a high fly ball. He was part of that play that Hinske lost. So he went back after he watched Cameron Maben, and then he saw Cameron get a beat on it and went back and tagged up.
It's also a situation, Tommy, where if David Ross is hitting first or second or anywhere else in the order, he doesn't get the green light because Hudson's behind him.
Yeah, got the green light there because he's got the pitcher coming up. Even though Hudson's generally going to put the ball in play. Got himself 6 hits this year so far.
One hopper. Hanley has it. Fires across in time to get Hudson. Nice play by Hanley Ramirez. And Nolasco gets out of trouble. Marlins, or visit marlins.com today. Glad you're with us tonight. Rich Waltz, Tommy Hutton, Craig Minervini, Jeff Conine, Jorge Cantu all mic'd up. Jorge Cantu driving in a run. The Marlins and the Braves exchanged a run and unpleasantries, so to speak, which is a little odd, Tommy, because when you look at this rivalry between the Marlins and the Braves, it sure appeared Hudson went out of his way first pitch to drill Hanley in the back.
I think so. And I'm usually pretty upfront with whether I think a guy did or didn't.
You got two teams who play each other 18 times a year, oftentimes competing for wild card status and all that. The relationship between the two clubs is pretty congenial. I mean, wouldn't you say? I mean, there aren't really any animosities that carry over between the Marlins and the Braves. There seems to be a little more heated atmosphere when it's the Phillies or when it's the Mets.
Yeah, I would say of the three, a little less animosity, but it's gotten underway here in the first series of the year.
Hudson thought that was a strike.
By the way, the run that Hanley scored in the first inning, only the second first inning run allowed by Hudson this year.
Ball in the dirt, and it skips by. Paulino made the turn. This could be interesting. Prado's throw! Safe! He missed the tag. And that was Chipper at second. There's nobody at third, and Paulino doesn't see it. And he's standing on second base. Joe Espada was jumping up and down trying to get his attention because Chipper was covering and nobody was at third.
Then again, Ronnie may have been out of gas by the time he got to second. It's going to be a two-base error. The ball gets by Gloss. Once Ronnie made the commitment, he had to take off. If the throw's the perfect throw, he's probably out. But he makes a great slide. Look at Cantu, loves it. That's a good job. Heads up play by Ronnie Paulino.
Cameron Maben now with Nolasco up next. Yeah, you're right. On review, Paulino was in no shape to get up and run to third.
He had a great slide.
I know.
To get around that tag and hug onto the base and not let go.
Ronnie is used to base runners trying to do that to him at the plate. Maben has had a little bit of success against Hudson. 2 for 4 with a home run.
Let's check out that slide of Ronnie Paulino. This is a great angle. He knows he has to go to that side of the bag, and he goes to that side, touches it with his hand.
It's a good call by C.B. Buckner.
That was great.
And Hudson has fallen behind Maben 2-0, and you would think Cameron's got a green light if he sees something he likes. Broken bat, little squibber that dies over there at first. And he really sawed him off. Paulino's at third. Jorge Cantu all mic'd up.
A perfect game, a triple play.
Who can have more fun than ball players?
All right, Ricky Nolasco can sure help himself if he can just get the ball out of the infield here. Infield's in. Outfield is playing shallow.
And you don't, I don't anyway, see what Freddie's saying, you don't think squeeze here. You don't have speed at third. You would hate to bunt into a double play, and you have a hitter who has hit Hudson really well on deck in Chris Coghlan.
Yeah, you at the very least want to give Coghlan a shot with 2 outs and a runner at third base.
The area that has given Hudson a little problem tonight, where he's usually pretty good, he's just 2 out of 9 in first pitch strikes. Up until last year, of course, injured most of the year. 10 straight years of 10 or more wins.
And one of the dominant pitchers in all of baseball. First in Oakland and then in Atlanta. Little tapper, and that's going to keep Paulino at third. And so the Marlins will, at the very least, get Coughlin up there. And he'll face Hudson. He singled against him in the first.
Think of that rotation, Rich, of Hudson, Mulder, and Zito back in the day with Oakland.
And when they dismantled that rotation, Zito walked across the bay as a free agent. Mulder was traded to St. Louis. Hudson was traded to Atlanta. It may go down as the worst trade that Billy Beane made in his days in Oakland, because what Beane got in return from Atlanta, Juan Cruz, who's a reliever still in baseball, in the big leagues, Charles Thomas, an outfielder who last played in the minor leagues in 2007, and the third guy in that trade, Dan Meyer. And of course, Meyer right now in the Marlins bullpen. And for that, the Braves got Tim Hudson. Coughlin went after a pitch that was down low. Prado gobbles it up and throws him out. The Marlins leave that runner at third base. Entertaining game so far, 1-1. Marlins and Braves, third inning comes around. From the outset, we told you you've got two outstanding starting pitchers, but neither has been real sharp in this one. Second time through for the Braves, Prado, Hayward, and Chipper. Prado flied to center back in the first, and it was Hayward and Chipper that tripled and doubled to produce the run. That's popped up. Ross charging towards it, and Cody is there and makes the catch. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Marlins may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Marlins.
In contrast to Tim Hudson's struggles on first pitch strikes, Ricky's 8 out of 9.
Here's Hayward now. His triple was out into the Bermuda Triangle. He thought it was a homer. Kind of started his trot, and then when he saw Cameron Maybin chasing after the ball, he hoofed it into third base. And then even when he got to third, he asked the umpires if it had gone out. Rolls one up the middle. Ugla. And he fires over to first in time.
That's like you said, he's never in his life hit a ball that far and had it not be a home run.
No. Here's Chipper now. His double banged off the wall in left center. His first hit of the series. And he goes after another breaking ball. This one had a much sharper bite to it. So Chipper now in 27 at-bats against Ricky has a dozen hits, 4 doubles, 4 homers. Well, make that 13 hits now. He is 2 for 2. Our Toyota trend moving forward. He has never been held hitless in a series in this ballpark. And an average just under 300.
Well, the man who will be on his way to the Hall of Fame, 428 career home runs. You realize he's only 10 home runs behind the Hawk, Andre Dawson.
Is there a little extra cachet for Jones with the fact that he's played his entire career with the Atlanta Braves?
Absolutely. I think that certainly has merit with the voters.
Because what it shows, more than anything, is that the franchise that he's playing for values him enough to sign him and sign him and sign him again throughout his career.
Which the Atlanta Braves have done.
Hinske takes inside, and Ricky's fallen behind 3-0.
Yeah, and all of a sudden what looked like could be a nice quick inning for Ricky. He had a couple quick outs in Prado and Hayward. Now the base hit by Chipper Jones, and he's fallen behind to Hinske.
Ricky going after his 5th win. Nate Robertson was in line for his 5th win last night before the Marlins bullpen collapsed in the 7th.
Can't say enough about the 6-inning performance of Nate Robertson last night. Gave up just 2 base hits, 1 unearned run.
Gloss waits. Chipper will be on the move at first. Ricky's 3-2. Got him. Change up, and he struck him out. Braves come up empty in the 3rd. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Marlins and Braves 1-1.
Jim Presley, ladies and gentlemen, trying to say hello to.
Just get hit, that's all I care.
That is so press right there. Just get hits.
That's outstanding. Here's Gabby. And Gabby swings and misses.
Jim Presley, ladies and gentlemen, trying to say hello to.
Just get hit, that's all I care.
Party pooper, man. Party pooper.
Sanchez, Hanley, and Cantu in the third. Gabby fouls that back. Counts 0-2. Gabby smoked one up the middle, but Tim Hudson made a nice play and started a 1-6-3 double play. The Marlins did get a run in that first. That answered the Braves' run, and that's where we've been since the first. 1-2.
These are those at bats where Gabby really grinds out well. When he gets 2 strikes on him, he can give a pitcher fits.
Towards third, Chipper has it. And there's one out here in the third inning. Baker Concrete Super Saturday on the 29th. And this is a super duper Saturday. Not just because of the postgame concert with Luis Enrique and Jerry Rivera. Not just because of the fireworks after that. Not because it's presented by Coca-Cola. But because it's the Marlins and the Phillies, and it's Roy Halladay against Josh Johnson. 7:10 start. And all Marlin fans get a tambourine courtesy of Majestic Athletic. Hanley was hit with the very first pitch that Tim Hudson threw to him, or at him. And there's a strike, and it's 0-1.
There's an example of how hard Hudson is to catch. That sinker it took a dive out of the zone. And Ross couldn't handle it, but he got the strike call.
Hudson, as Tommy noted, brilliant in Oakland in his 6 years. Didn't win the Cy Young there, but certainly had Cy Young type years. He was 92-39 in those 6 years, and his ERA in the American League was 3.30.
He had ERAs in 02 and 03. He had ERAs under 3. You do that in the American League, that's some serious pitching.
61-39 as a Brave, including a great start this year, 5-1. Been really tough to hit. His batting average against 206 coming in. High chopper. Escobar just gets him.
You got to give the Braves front office, Frank Wren, their general manager, kudos to signing Tim Hudson. You know, coming off the surgery, not pitching a lot, just 7 starts last year, but seeing enough that they locked him in.
Well, it wasn't tough for Frank Wren to sign Tim Hudson. I mean, mechanically, because Frank Wren lives right around the corner from Hudson. And they were so encouraged by his 7 starts at the end of last year and by his offseason workouts that Frank Wren literally took the contract from his house, walked around the corner to Hudson's house, and they signed it at Hudson's breakfast table.
Okay, here's a 3-year deal with an option.
I'm in. Cantu pulls it foul. It's a Braves rotation that has welcomed him back. And, of course, Bobby Cox, in his long stay in Atlanta, has always had the best, if not one of the best, rotations in the National League. He's used to having those great starters. Cantu rolls out. Hudson goes 1-2-3 through the fish in the third. Going to the fourth now, 1-1.
$5,000 by playing Billy Bingo. So bring the cards if you come in tomorrow night. You get 5 across. You're going to win that great bobblehead with Cody Ross's face on it. You may remember last year, Dan Uggla, Cody's good friend, was honored with his own piggy bank. It was a shot of just Dan's head. And unfortunately, in a television commercial, Cody decided to plaster it into smithereens. Well, some payback for Dan Uggla today when he got word that Cody's bobblehead is coming out, and we're going to show you what he did. You won't believe this. After the pitch, he got ready like it was batting practice. As we see a routine fly ball to who else? Cody Ross. And in Fox Vision, here's what he did to the bobblehead. Look at the form. Look at that form. Head down, head flying. The follow through. And after that, Uggla took off in a home run trot. And he had fun doing it. Guys, we'll have more on this on Monday's edition of Marlins Live. His eyes lit up when we suggested maybe he'd want payback. And Cody said, you know what, last year I did it for commercial, but this seemed personal. Gentlemen?
Well, the rest of the story is that Cody Ross and Dan Uggla are inseparable. Best of friends, always locker next to each other, both home and away. Melky Cabrera, he doubled back in the second. Velasco, a changeup for a strike, and it's 1-1. And you're right, last year it was shocking to see what Cody Ross did to the Dan Uggla piggy bank with a bat that was in the clubhouse.
Yeah, we're left with, I don't know if that's part of Cody's head. His arm, little piece there. There were pieces splattered all over the field. There may be a guy diving in the first today that has a bloody arm because of part of Cody's spike. May have got caught over there. It went all over the place.
Chopper to Uggla.
Horrible.
2 down here in the 4th inning. Yunel Escobar comes up. If you've just joined us, the Marlins and the Braves playing Game 3 of a 3-game series. First time that these two National League East rivals have seen each other all year long. The Marlins captured Game 1. They did it with a 6-4 win. Last night, the Marlins had the lead going into the 7th. And the Marlins bullpen looked like that Cody bobblehead. It vaporized. And the Braves came rolling back with a big 6-run inning and ended up winning the ball game 7-3. You
know, the Marlins only play the Braves 6 games before the All-Star break.
That ball smoked. And Escobar, who had 2 hits last night, has a line drive single here.
So the second half of the season, these two teams are hooked up 12 times. And also the second inning in a row now that Ricky's gotten a couple of quick outs and then given up a base hit.
Here is David Ross. There are so many quirks in the Marlins schedule. The Marlins are the swing team in interleague play. Everyone in the East is supposed to play the American League Central, but the Marlins end up playing a team from the West, a team from the Central, and 2 teams from the East.
Yeah, the Orioles and the Braves.
And of course the Marlins taking on the White Sox and also play the Texas Rangers. But the other odd thing is the fact that the Marlins will host the Padres twice before they even go to Atlanta to play a team in their own division. Marlins don't get to Atlanta till the 1st of July, and the Padres will be in here in late June for the 2nd time this year. And that's no picnic with the Bud Black's pitching staff. I mean, the Padres just having an incredible year.
And no picnic playing the Rays 6 games. Even though they're on a little bit of a skid right now, they've lost 3 in a row.
Ross fouls it back, and it's 1-1.
Right now, one of the hot teams, the hottest team, Boston Red Sox have won 5 straight.
And in the National League East, as you see, the rain starts to fall a little harder here in South Florida. The Mets have won 4 in a row. In fact, the Marlins, the Nationals, and the Mets all start 1 game over 500. The Braves are 2 over 500, and the Phillies, who've lost 4 in a row, are 26 and 19. Everyone is within 3 games. Everyone is over 500.
Closest division, most competitive division in baseball, I think.
Chopper down the line. Can't get it. And down into the corner it goes. Racing for third is Escobar. And he's going to score. The Braves have a 2-1 lead. I'm not sure if Cantu misjudged that ball, but he didn't leave his feet, and it scoots between Cantu and the line. It's a big RBI double.
Yeah, that's big, and that one hurts because you have the number 8 hitter, David Ross. Little top spin. The ball got over the glove of Jorge Cantu. Pretty good speed with Escobar. That's why he was able to score from first base, and all happening with 2 out. The base hit by Escobar and then the RBI double by Ross.
Here is Hudson now. Velasco throws a strike. Hudson asking Dana DeMuth about that pitch.
Saying, make sure I get that one.
No questions about that one.
Remember, Hudson hit a one-hop shot his last time up to short. Hanley made a nice play on it.
That's trouble. Cantu will hold it. And Hudson has himself a base hit. And that brings up Martin Prado.
Well, a good pitch, the old swinging bunt. Full swing by Hudson, but just gets enough of it, and there's no play at third or at first. So the wise decision made by Jorge Cantu to hang on. But now Ricky Nolasco has to deal with Martin Prado. Boy, Tim Hudson's doing everything right this year. He has a 4-game hitting streak now.
Prado is 0 for 2. Brian Braun has caught him for the National League lead in hits at 59 going into play tonight. But you'd have to say that Prado is one of the most underrated players in the National League. Very good defensive second baseman. He's been solid since he won the job from Kelly Johnson early last year.
And that's basically what happened. He won the job.
Even when he was a utility guy and playing all over the place, he still hit. That's what kept him here in Atlanta while Johnson was the second baseman. Velasco not happy. They count 2-1. Hit hard into left field, and the Braves have another. Martin Prado has driven in 22 runs this year. And it's the bottom of the order after 2 are out that has hurt Ricky Nolasco.
And another mistake pitch. You make a mistake pitch to a guy who's hot, and he's going to hit it hard. And that time Prado found the hole. Yeah, 2 quick outs, Gloss and Cabrera. And now 4 consecutive base hits.
Randy St. Clair out to talk to Nolasco. It's a very different feeling right now than the last time Nolasco and Freddie faced Atlanta when Ricky was on the mound. And that, of course, that September 30th of last year, where he was one shy of Tom Seaver's Major League record of 10 consecutive strikeouts. Here's Hayward now. Hayward's triple in the first got things started. He scored on the Chipper Jones double. Velasco's run of strikeouts was in the middle of the game, and he struck out 16 all told. Seaver did it in 1970 against San Diego. Seaver struck out 19 in that ball game. It was an afternoon game, and his 10 straight were the last 10 he faced.
He jumped it up a notch.
Hayward's got 3 hits in this series. See Prado with Hudson out at second. Change up for a strike, 1-2.
Well, the thing about Hayward, 33 strikeouts, but 27 walks. On base percentage is over 400. Good try right there. After the changeup, Ricky tried to go upstairs with a good fastball, and another indication of how this 20-year-old has good identification of pitches. He laid off that high fastball.
Hooks it to Ugla. A 2-out rally for the Braves produces 2 runs in a 3-1 game. Ross and the Braves with a 3-1 lead. The rain is falling even harder here in South Florida. Alan Seguard, the groundskeeper here, came out to talk to Dana DeMuth between innings. Ugla hammers one foul. A lot of the crowd has gone up into the concourse area.
One of the little things that we try to judge it by, the tarp, the cover on the tarp is still on. And the ground crew is standing like they are ready if needed. But right now, the cover of that tarp is on. The ground crew just standing over off to the side.
The best grounds crew in baseball. Here's the 1-1. Best tarp crew in baseball as well. They had so much practice here in South Florida. In a football stadium that holds 75,000, there is no place to hide from the rain. There's no shade from the sun, cover from the rain. And of course, that all ends in 2012. Ugla Escobar on to first in time.
I'll tell you what, Tim Hudson is on his game. He has recorded 9 ground ball outs out of 10.
Second in the National League in that category coming into play tonight. Our AT&T trivia question. Let's flip the phone, see what we have tonight. Who holds the Braves' career record for stolen bases? Would that be an Otis Nixon?
Is that... That's for a career, not for a season, correct? Career.
All right, then it wouldn't be an...
Otis Nixon would be a great guess for a season. Not Bob Warner.
We talked about Henry Aaron the other night and how he was underappreciated as a base stealer. Cody Ross has singled the center.
And probably had enough in his tenure as a Brave to be the answer. But that's just a guess.
Here now is Paulino. Ronnie, of course, thrust into a full-time role when John Baker went on the disabled list. Baker took batting practice for the first time tonight. And Paulino back into center field. Ross around second, and he's headed for third. Up with the ball is Cabrera. His throw is offline, and it gets away. Rolls towards the dugout. Paulino moves up to second. And the Braves commit their second throwing error of the ballgame.
I like the aggressive base running of Cody Ross. You go over the scouting reports. You understand and you know that Melky Cabrera has an average arm. So he forced that play, made Cabrera make a throw. It was a poor throw. Chipper couldn't handle it. And because the throw got away, that allowed Ronnie Paulino to get to second base.
This is an enormous at-bat for Cameron Maben because Nolasco is on deck and there's one out. Middle of the infield is back. Paulino not a fast man at second. You've got Ross at third. Hudson sawed off Maben on a ground out to first, and he buries that one in the dirt.
And he sawed him off on a 2-0 pitch, a pitch that he really should have gotten out front and had a good swing on.
Maben's bat has sparked to life here in May. Now with 4 home runs, and he is 2 for 5 with a homer in his career against Hudson. Out in front of the breaking ball, it's 1-1. Hudson tried that same pitch and missed inside with the fastball.
I think this is huge right here just to try to at least get 1 run out of this. You'd love to see a base hit, 2-run score, and tie the game. But with the infield back, contact, a ground ball, Cody Ross will score.
If his pants stay up. Hudson gets that strike, and it's 2-2.
There's that situation where you get the argument of productive outs compared to a strikeout. Strikeout here doesn't get you a run. A ground ball to short, third, to anywhere in the infield will probably get you a run.
David got sawed off again, but he hangs in there at 2-2. Maben and Chris Coghlan both quoted today in the local papers as saying that they're not looking in the rearview mirror at Mike Stanton, who is still tearing it up in Double-A, and it seems like he will be here in a couple of weeks. 2-2. Velasco is on deck. David Ross wants to change masks. So it's full count now. Hudson looking for a punch out. Maben looking for contact.
First base open. The pitcher is on deck, so Hudson can try to make a perfect pitch.
That's down low.
Good job. Good eye by Cameron Maben.
You can see Hudson kind of a sideways look in at Dana DeMuth. Ross will go out to calm his pitcher down. But as you noted, Hudson still gets to face Nolasco with the bases loaded.
Certainly appears low on that. We'll see what Fox Tracks has to say. But from that shot, even when it crossed the plate, it appeared to be low.
Pitch
number 7. That's the one area that Fox Tracks always kind of gets me, because it's where it crosses the plate. It sure looked low on that angle.
Well, and the Toyota Fox Tracks is just like an umpire in terms of the strike zone. You're talking to umpires about that, they say, yeah, the strike zone starts at the front of the plate. It's where the ball crosses the front of the plate. Even if the batter is at the very end of the batter's box, the very back of the box, it's front of the plate. So the bags are loaded. Here's Nolasco. And the last thing the Marlins want here is a ground ball up the middle that can turn into a double play.
And Ricky so far this year just 1 for 17.
Hudson, of course, as we've noted, has been feeding his infielders a steady diet of ground balls all season long. Nine ground ball outs already. Nolasco into center field, base hit. Ross will score. Paulino is held. And the Marlins get the run. Ricky gets his second hit of the year. And up comes Coghlan.
Second hit of the year and his first RBI of the season. So nicely done by Ricky Nolasco. That two-seamer, the sinker. Hudson got the ground ball, but Ricky found the hole up the middle.
Great look on Fox Vision. So now it's Coghlan. Braves infield up the middle, back for 2 still. Coghlan twice has hit ground balls up the middle. One found center field for a single. The other ended up in Martin Prado's glove for an out. And the rain is getting harder, steadier. Tough for a pitcher. Hudson's been behind the mound cleaning his spikes. Tough for a hitter. You got to get the moisture off of your helmet so that it doesn't drip off when the pitch is coming to the plate.
Tough for the fielders, because you know, especially if you're in the outfield, if a base hit gets out to you, that ball's going to be wet by the time you get it. Same thing for an infielder. And I think with a little more speed at second, Joe Espada would have sent the runner, the second runner, but Ronnie Paulino held at third with Cabrera. He got the ball right when Ronnie got to third.
Hudson runs the count to 2-1. Paulino, he singled. It was a big walk by Maben. And, of course, a real surprise that Nolasco lined one into center field. You see Coghlan wiping the bill of his helmet. It's a good old-fashioned SEC matchup here. You got Coghlan, who was a star at Ole Miss, 5 for 7 against Hudson, and of course Hudson, an All-American at Auburn. Different eras.
You could see Chris Coughlin battling the rain. It looked like top hand as he took that cut, kind of slipped off the bat.
2-2. And Coughlin goes down swinging.
Notice how this time Hudson went away from his strength, but went to Chris's weakness and went up in the strike zone to get the strikeout, his first strikeout of the game.
And that's how pitchers have been getting Coughlin out since day one of this 2010 season. Gabby Sanchez 0 for 2. Hudson losing the grip on that pitch. South Florida native. Gabby, born and raised in Miami. Star at the University of Miami. He's used to hitting in this stuff.
Yeah, he is.
.1-0 coming. 2-0. One of the more selective Marlins. He's been a nice addition to the Marlin order. We've seen it, Tommy, since this group has been together since 2006. The Marlins have set many home run records for rookies, for infielders, but always a wild, aggressive bunch, always among the league leaders in strikeouts. Sanchez coming up in the minor leagues, very good on-base percentage, very good strike zone recognition. Hudson is clearly bothered by the mound, by the rain, and it's 3-0.
You know, just to illustrate that, Rich, if you look at Gabby's minor league career, total numbers, 244 strikeouts, 246 walks. So he's always been that kind of hitter. In the minor leagues, a career 392 on base percentage.
Hudson, his 3-0 pitch is a strike. Now it's 3-1.
This is where you know he has that good sinker. You know you're going to get the fastball, but you have to make sure it's above your knees.
He got it and hooked it.
Boy, that is the kind of 3-1 swing you like to see, though. He was aggressive. He did get the fastball. It was up a little bit. He pulled the trigger just a little bit too soon.
That is a great look. The swing, the rain. Count's full. Everybody's moving. Bases filled with fish. Hudson against Sanchez. The 3-2. Gabby lines it down the right field line. That one is foul. Very wet pitches here in the fourth for Tim Hudson. Marlins have a run. It's a 3-2 game. Another 3-2. Another foul ball.
And a good battle going on between Tim Hudson and Gabby Sanchez.
And all the while, Hudson just keeps getting wetter and wetter out there on the mound. You've seen the water pouring off of his cap. You've seen him go behind the mound after every pitch to clean his spikes. Another 3-2. Gabby lines it to center. Cabrera's there. And he makes the catch. Nice at bat. Hudson escapes. And the Braves have a 3-2 lead.
Just wasn't trendy in that era. But what a swing, compact swing. Right now, from what we understand, it continues to rain, but there's a system going through, supposedly going through fast. Right now, it's not fast enough for Dana DeMuth behind the plate as he chats with Freddie. Grounds crew came out, put a little of that dry turf on the mound and in the home plate area in between innings. And you can see both pitchers have gotten their pitch counts up because of struggles, mostly in Hudson's case last inning, getting him to 70 pitches.
As Hudson finished that inning, he came off the mound, and he and Dana DeMuth were talking about it. Hudson wasn't angry. He was just letting him know what it was like out there.
Yeah, he's a competitor.
He battled back.
And Dana DeMuth's a good umpire, too.
That was some battle between Sanchez and for Hudson to get that out for the Braves.
And now Dana DeMuth sending the Marlins off the field.
All right, but we have to do this. Time for the Keep Your Edge Spotlight, brought to you by Just for Men Mustache and Beard. These were these outs in the rain. At a 3-2 pitch into center. Tim Hudson has given the Braves the edge. You too can keep your edge with Just for Men Mustache and Beard. There they are, the fastest grounds crew.
I got the stopwatch on them, Rich.
The tarp crew is working hard, trying to get the tarp out before the infield gets any wetter. The difficult part about it is that the infield is wet right now. So once they unfold and try to drag the tarp out, that's where the strength of these young men will be challenged here. See, they get it off. Once you get rid of the tube, everybody rushes up. You grab the handles and don't fall over. And it's hard. You can see that it's already wet.
It's always a little harder when that infield is wet, but these guys, as we have seen, are the best.
Look at that.
And I'll tell you what, that is under a minute. Under a minute, and they have gotten the tarp completely on the field. There is not a ballpark in either league that can do it that quickly.
You know what? I know it won't be the first pitch or the second pitch, But maybe in the opening homestand in 2012, the Marlins should have the tarp crew throw out a ceremonial first pitch for all of the work that they put into this ballpark, having to play baseball in a football stadium. After Conine's number is retired, maybe the tarp crew's number can be retired. So there. I've said my piece. Rain delay programming. What do we got, folks? 3-2. Atlanta leads it in the fifth. ACC All Access. We'll be back here with updates. Minutes ago, because down in the Braves bullpen, it wasn't Peter Moylan. It was Tim Hudson who was down there, and Hudson had a baseball, and he looked like he was ready to warm up.
He actually ran a few sprints to get himself loose.
And then Bobby Cox appeared down there, and Cox and Roger McDowell and one of the trainers of the Braves had a very long discussion. Here's a glimpse of it.
Yeah, bullpen coach Eddie Perez, and you know, I'm sure we know the competitiveness of Tim Hudson, but here's a guy who had Tommy John surgery, and Bobby Cox knows the kind of year he's having now and knows the importance of Hudson the remainder of the year, so he doesn't want to take any chances. It almost looked like Bobby talked him out of it at that point.
I'm going to talk you into our Land Rover game summary, just to bring everybody up to speed in case you just joined us. Here's what you've missed tonight.
Brett, Chad, to bring us up to speed as to what took place earlier. How about Jason Hayward with a shot 434 feet away, but it did not go out. It was a triple. That was followed by a Chipper Jones double in the first inning off Ricky Nolasco, and the Braves were first on the scoreboard. But you know what? The Marlins answered back. Jorge Cantu with a solid smash up the middle. How about David Ross scoots one by Jorge Cantu for a double and an RBI. At one point, the Braves put together 4 straight base hits in that 4th inning and took a 3-1 lead. The rain's coming down hard. How about the base hit of Ricky Nolasco? They make it 3-2. The Marlins had a chance to add on a little bit more. Good AB by Gabby Sanchez, but Tim Hudson got him on the line drive out to center field. So that's the way the score stands right now. Atlanta 3 and the Marlins 2.
A reminder to visit LandRoverUSA.com. Let's check in with Craig Minervini. Craig?
Guys, you showed the tape earlier. What a great job by Alan Sigwardt's crew here. They did it, 53.7 seconds, got the tarp covering in this heavy rain. They got the field in great shape. And then when they took the tarp off, of course, they have to go through the whole routine of getting the field ready. How do they do that? They put this, it's sort of like a high-end kitty litter, if you will, or as Alan described to me, like an oil mixer mechanical use, but a very high-end and very expensive. Believe it or not, he said they put about a couple of tons of this calcined clay all over the infield to dry it up and grab the moisture. A couple of tons, and then they have to roll it out. But one great thing about Alan's crew is Alan's got that cart. We've been around the major leagues. We don't see everybody with a cart, and it spreads it out in a much quicker fashion. And they got the field ready about as quick as you can here for this 5-10 restart. Good job by the crew again, guys.
And a whole new ball game. So new pitchers. The Braves have a 1-run lead. And Jay Bente, who was born and raised in Evansville, Indiana. Jorge Cantu, that's a great moment.
Trying to get him relaxed out there. That's great.
You got a Major League veteran and a 26-year-old rookie about to face Chipper Jones as Cantu trots back to third base. For Chipper Jones, 9,438 plate appearances in the big leagues. And for Jay Bente, this is pitch number 1. And it's a strike. How about that?
Good fastball, just to give you an idea of what he features. Good live fastball, a curveball, and a split finger pitch that is his out pitch, a pitch that he likes to get swings and misses with.
And he likes to use it to left-handed pitcher or left-handed hitters, and he misses down low to Chipper. It's 1-1. Now Chipper has come out of his shell tonight. He was 0 for 9 in the series, but against Ricky Nolasco, 2 for 2, an RBI double and a single.
Yeah, Chipper kind of felt comfortable against Ricky. Came into the game with a 423 career average against Ricky Nolasco and 4 home runs.
And that average has gone up in a 2 for 2 night. At the knees. Chipper didn't like the call. It's 2-2.
Chipper saying, hey, wait a minute. This kid making his Major League debut, and you give him that call?
And
that was a good pitch, though.
And I have 2,436 career hits. 2-2 coming.
There's the splitty. That was a strike. That was a make-up call. That was a strike. I don't even have to look at Fox Tracks. Do not have to look at Fox Tracks to tell you that was a strike.
3-2 coming. He threw it again. Gabby has it. Bente covering, and he gets him. How about that? The kid makes his big league debut. He gets a call that didn't go his way, but he comes back and gets the out. Moments ago, Jorge Cantu came to the mound. Remember, Cantu is mic'd up tonight.
This is your first time in the big leagues?
Yeah.
First time?
Yeah.
First appearance?
Yes, sir.
Are you psyched?
Yeah.
You nervous?
No.
You better not be nervous.
No, not
Hey,
nervous.
congratulations.
Thanks,
all
man.
right, let's go.
That's awesome.
Here is Hinske now.
Hey, most impressive is that he came back with the same pitch, 3-2.
Yes,
the splitter.
Absolutely. And he got over to first quickly. Now he gets Hinske and then Gloss. He walks right into the teeth of the Braves' order here in the 5th. Bente misses inside. Jay went to Purdue University. And I believe he's the only Boilermaker right now in the big leagues. 14th round pick by the Marlins back in 2006. And he's gone 3-0 on Hinske.
Yeah, he's had very good and steady minor league numbers. And you look at the different columns, and the couple that stand out, strikeouts to innings pitched, a little bit more strikeouts, and a lot of that due to that good splitter.
I talked to him before the ball game, and he said he's always been kind of the middle relief guy. He made 3 starts in his first year in the minor leagues, and after that, he said not really a closer, but just a middle guy. Three-two. Coughlin makes the catch, and Bente has the first 2 outs of this 5th inning.
So let's see. Hinske's on deck. He sees a 3-2 splitter to Chipper Jones. And what happens, Bente throws him a 3-2 fastball and had him a little bit behind the fly ball the opposite field.
Jay said earlier tonight that he had enough of a heads up that he was able to let his parents know that he had been called up, and his parents are here tonight.
That's even more special.
This is down low to Troy Gloss. Gloss has struck out, flied out. Ricky Nolasco, 4 innings, 8 hits, 3 runs, 3 strikeouts. Tim Hudson goes 4 innings. The Marlins get him for 2 runs on 5 hits. Hudson struck out 1, walked 2, and hit a Hanley. Bente misses high. And it's 2-1.
You know, we saw Moylan down there. Moylan worked 2 innings in the game last night.
Bente had not worked in 3 days, so he's fresh and ready to go.
So he could give Freddie a couple of innings in this one, which he certainly needs.
Absolutely.
Now, this is one of those patchwork games where both managers are going to have to piece together the bullpen.
And you get a feeling that you're going to see Taylor Tankersley before the night is done as well. Especially with Hinske and Hayward in the lineup. Bente loses Gloss. Here comes Melky Cabrera.
Number 53, Senator Melky Cabrera.
Melky Cabrera, a double and a ground out. He has contributed one of the biggest plays of the game. It was defensively. It was early in the ball game. Bente misses outside. On a ball hit by Cody Ross, the Marlins had a couple runners aboard. In the first, they'd already scored a run, and Eric Hinske, the left fielder, lost the ball in the twilight. And Cabrera came streaking over and made the catch up against the wall. There's a strike, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, it's one of those plays. If Cabrera is not heads up, that ball drops, and the Marlins pick up some more runs.
One and two. Bente's last road trip in AAA was in the Pacific Northwest. He pitched a couple of games in Tacoma and pitched in Portland. Pitched 2 scoreless innings his last time out in Portland. They've got a nice old ballpark right in downtown Portland. Old wooden roof.
Yeah, I've played there back in the 60s. Same place.
The Multnomah Athletic.
Kind of sets below ground level.
Yes, it does. Here's the 2-2. There's a chopper to first. Gabby Waits steps on the bag. Welcome to the big leagues, kid. A scoreless inning in relief. Of the Marlins in the bottom of the 5th inning. Now, Jorge Cantu's been mic'd up all night long. This was about half an hour ago during the rain delay.
Where's the camera? Yeah, there we go. Now that's what I'm talking about. Hey, I want to say hello to my parents that are probably watching and probably falling asleep. So I'm going to say it in Spanish. Mavis, el Chief, le mando un fuerte abrazo, un beso. Los quiero mucho. Y pues a ver.
Very nice. Hopefully mom and dad aren't asleep yet. Hanley goes after a Peter Moylan breaking ball, and as Tommy pointed out, Moylan makes his 2nd appearance. 2 innings last night. The Marlins did get a run off him in the 8th inning. Hanley faced him and flied to left.
Got a chance to meet Jorge's dad in Houston during our visit there.
It's when you were out buying cowboy boots.
That's right.
One ball, one strike. Hanley hit by a pitch, stole a base, scored a run in the 1st. He bounced out in the 3rd.
Marlins did touch up Moylan for a run last night. Got 4 hits off of it.
And that would be a sharp single into center field.
Best thing Moylan did there was get out of the way. Hanley hits this ball sharply. Remember now, the grass is wet. Going to arrive to the outfielder fast, and it's going to be a little damp by the time it gets there.
And Moylan wants a new dry one. So here's Cantu. RBI single, and he's bounced out. You saw the thumb from David Ross, and when the catcher usually gives the thumb, that means throw to first.
And he usually gets that sign from the dugout, the catcher. Marlins weren't the only team with a rain delay. The Mets game against the Phillies at Citi Field, that one has just gotten to the top of the 4th inning. That had a long rain delay at the beginning of the game.
1-0 coming to Cantu. Jorge's numbers, of course, with runners in scoring position, one of the league leaders.
Right now, leading the league. 429 with runners in scoring position.
And, of course, an RBI single back in the first. That one almost hit him. And it's 2-1.
Yeah, that upped it to 429.
Marlins trying to draw even here in the bottom of the 5th. And Hanley is back.
A little tougher to steal. You have a slower track. Remember, Hanley picked up that big stolen base in the first inning.
He's running, got a great jump, and Cantu pulls it foul.
I think Moylan a little easier to get a jump off of than Hudson.
Yes. Well, when you're a side armor, you got to turn to get down to that side. So it's 2-2. I'm sure many of you surfing around on MLB.TV or the extra innings package have happened upon this one. Rain delay of over an hour. Marlins and Braves back at it. They have split the first 2 games of this 3-game series in a hotly contested National League East. Freddie Gonzalez, Bobby Cox, close friends. Every morning in the off season, they will sit down and have coffee. Ned Yost will join them in suburban Atlanta. They'll talk baseball. Freddie, of course, was on Bobby's staff in Atlanta. That ball gets away from Gloss. Hanley digs to second, thinks about third. You know, Troy Gloss, a very good glove man at third base, not a lot of range. But, Tommy, just in the 3 games we've seen him at first, he's not that deft around the bag.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how they score this, whether it's an error on the throw or the first baseman. I think it's a ball Gloss could have caught. Yeah, but it's charged to the pitcher, Moylan. Pitch, and the pickoff over there was down. It was a little low.
He threw that sinker. It's tough to hit, and it's tough to catch. Now let's see if Cantu can do something with the 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, 2 teams, Rich, talking about the Marlins and the Braves, division rivals. But the Braves this year are 5-11 against the National League East. The Marlins are 12-6.
Braves have done their damage against the Central. They're 12-6 against the Central.
And it's amazing, and you mentioned it at the very onset of the telecast, the fact that every team in the division, in the National League East, over 500 coming into play today.
And that's the only division in baseball that can say that. Cantu trying to take a poke at a ball and push it to the right side. JM Lexus presents leaders of the game. As Tommy talked about with his RBI single in the first, Cantu now at 429 with runners in scoring position. The JM Lexus price made us #1, 18 years running. Click jmlexus.com to find out how. Soft grounder to short. Escobar makes the play. Cantu can't move Hanley up. Up comes Dan Uggla.
It's a tough situation because by the time Hanley got to second base, Jorge had 2 strikes on him. And a guy who's a run producer, 36 RBIs for Jorge Cantu, you want him to try to drive that run in, especially he gets to 2 strikes.
Uggla's walked and bounced out. Dan had a base hit last night against Moylan. In fact, Uggla, Cody Ross, and Ronnie Paulino had 3 consecutive hits against Moylan. And those are the 3 hitters that are all lined up right now, with Ross on deck and Paulino following him. Everything in the National League is a final except for the Phillies and the Mets. As Tommy pointed out, they are rain delayed. And of course this one, which was delayed by rain as well. That big windup, I mean, if Hanley can get a good jump, there's a possibility he may take off for third.
Yeah, checking in on that Philly-Met game. Phillies are still having trouble scoring. It's in the bottom of the 4th. The Mets are batting, and New York leads that game 1-0. It was a Mike Pelfrey start. Pelfrey and Hamels.
Uggla with the count 1-1. Out in front of that breaking ball. Fox vision look. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Moylan with his delivery has that, what we refer to, that frisbee slider. Kind of submarines it, tries to get right-handers to chase it.
Uggla held up on this one. The count now 3-2. So the count's full. Will he get something straight, or will Moylan throw that slider again? Slider again. And there are 2 outs. Here comes Cody Ross.
Well, it's a pitch earlier in the count. It's a little easier to take. But when you have two strikes and he stays with it and just paints it borderline, it's tough to lay off that.
Well, here is Cody now. He's 1 for 2. Hanley's still out there at second. And it's tantalizing because it floats in the strike zone for so long. See the run that Cody has been on.
Then he'll start that one right at you, and it comes and catches the plate. Tim Wood starts to get loose. The Marlins have had opportunities tonight. They've already stranded 6 runners.
I think Wood is getting loose just in case Bente's spot comes up. He's still 3 hitters away. Two and two. Moylan's been a big part of Bobby Cox's bullpen since they signed him from Australia. Pitched in Orlando, the spring training home of the Braves, in the World Baseball Classic back in 2006. And that's where he caught the eyes of Major League scouts, and in particular the Braves. Hanley waiting out there. Ross waiting on a 3-2 pitch. Right back at him. And Peter Moylan works a scoreless 5th inning. 1-6, 3-2 Braves.
Tommy, what's up?
Richie, Tommy, how are you guys?
You know, we're getting our second wind here for this second part of this game.
Hey, Raul, I have to ask you, because we've been listening to Jorge Cantu all night. He's been all mic'd up. He had a brief message for his mom and dad back home in I believe it's Reynosa, Mexico. What exactly did he say to them?
Nah, he was just basically saying hi and calling them by their nicknames and just, saying those kind of affectionate little terms of endearment. It wasn't really a lot of message. He just said that they were probably asleep and, hopefully this next time he won't throw another fastball right by me. That was one of the things I remember him saying. That's true. So he was like, hopefully I'll get that next fastball because I should have had that last one.
I think it's been fun tonight for fans to listen to Cantu during the game, on the bench, out in the field, even at the plate. You get a better sense of his personality and what type of guy he is.
For sure. I mean, he's worth his weight in gold when it comes to his personality, and I think the example that you saw with Puente, that's awesome. I mean, Cookie even made a comment, and Cookie as a player, and you, Tommy, as well, you know what it means to have that camaraderie with your teammates, especially when you're debuting. That's got to be amazing.
He made him feel very well, no question about that. And, the first time he goes to the big leagues at pitches, and he comes home and says, hey, congratulations. It's nice to see you here. Have fun. Go get him. I think that was great.
He got him relaxed.
Yes,
that
sir,
was good.
without a doubt.
Well, he had to be relaxed because he was facing Chipper Jones.
You better believe it.
All right, guys, have a good show tonight.
Thank you, guys. You too. Stay awake.
All right. That chopper is down the third base line and foul. Jay Bente into inning number 2. And yes, that's how you pronounce it. We had to ask him before the ball game. It is pronounced Bente.
I know when we first saw him in spring training, we were questioning that.
That just missed. That's the splitter that he threw.
Number 8, catcher David Ross.
And on Toyota Fox Tracks, pitch number 6.
Further away than it appeared. Randy St. Clair on the phone. Remember, we saw Tim Wood loosening up a little bit.
Omar Infante is on deck. Little bunt. Bente picks it up, goes to first in time. Just got him. David Ross is out. Well, the Braves have Infante on deck, and I'm sure the Marlins are interested to see if Brian McCann is available.
Bente took his time. He made sure he straightened up and got a good hard throw over, but it was a bang-bang play. I think David Ross fooled him getting up the line.
Taylor Tankersley is up. And now that it's Infante coming to the plate, be interested to see. Well, Tankersley up, possibly a pinch hitter here, but 2 batters away is Jason Hayward.
And he could be getting ready for Hayward.
Yeah. A strike and it's 0-1.
We have seen mostly fastballs and splitters. Don't think we've seen the breaking ball yet.
There's Escobar. Buries a strike. It's 0-2. Johnny Venters, the lefty in the bullpen. Infante has been a bench player almost the entire season. He made his first start Sunday and went 2 for 3 in Pittsburgh. Little looper right field. Late start by Ross. Won't get it. Picking it up is Maben. Holding at third base is Escobar. And a bloop hit by Infante. Here comes Prado.
Well, he made a good pitch. It was the split, and it got in on Infante, but he was able to muscle it just out of the reach of Cody Ross. Nice job by Cameron Maben to get over and back him up and keep Escobar from scoring. Escobar had to hold because he wasn't sure if that ball was going to be caught or not.
Randy St. Clair is on his way out to talk to Bente. And obviously the Marlins are looking for a ground ball from Prado. Prado with his 60 hits, the National League leader. At least he was coming in. Miami Hurricane Ryan Braun entered the night tied at 59 hits. I'll scroll down and see how Braun did tonight. Braun went 0 for 5, so Prado's in sole possession. That's the bad news for Milwaukee. The news got better later in the night. Strike one. Matt Lindstrom walked in the winning run. Ricky Weeks, whose younger brother played at Miami. That was in the 10th inning.
Yeah, Jamel.
I believe he's in Oakland's system right now. 4-3 was the final. Brewers winning. 0-1 pitch. Liner, foul. And now Bente is out in front. Now he can use the split, but it does put some pressure on Ronnie Paulino.
And you have some guys, they saw Bente early in spring training, but who haven't seen him a whole lot. So you're trying to, if you're Ronnie Paulino, work with him and get him to use his pitches, the ones he has confidence in.
Oh, 2 coming. Fastball. 1-2.
Boy, Houston with that loss, they're now 16-31. Only Baltimore, a worse record in baseball.
Good split, and it's 1-2. Some would argue you measure how good a division is by the top of that division. Others would argue you measure it by the bottom of the division. And the National League East does not have a punching bag this year. The Nationals have kind of been that team the last few years. 2-2. Broke his bat and a base hit. How about that? 4-2.
Well, the 2 hits have not been hit hard. They've each come off that splitter. The only difference, that one was up a little bit. Prado broke his bat. But it produced a run.
Broke his bat and a base hit. How about that? But Taylor Tankersley emerges from the bullpen. Braves up 4-2. Here's our Maroon called to the pen.
When you need a car, truck or van, who you gonna call?
Single and a jam shot, and he's out. Here are the roster moves in case you missed it. In from New Orleans, Bente making his big league debut tonight. Mike Lamb is back up with the ball club. Taylor Tankersley, after a long, exodus from the game. Reniel Pinto put on the disabled list. Brian Peterson option. Tankersley misses inside with a breaking ball. Bert Badenhop sent down as well. Tank in New Orleans. And while those numbers at 3-2 and 4.19 don't seem all that impressive, his last month very, very good, especially against lefties. And this is a good lefty that he's facing in Jason Hayward. Tank misses outside.
I think the key to Tankersley, and when we talked to him before the game, is that he feels he's back healthy now.
Well, anytime you undergo surgery, elbow surgery, where they put 2 screws in your elbow to repair a stress fracture, that's major surgery, and he missed the entire 2009 season. You go back and look at Tankersley's career, 8-3 with a 4.25. In 2008, he pitched with the pain in his elbow. He made 26 appearances, and his ERA was over 8. So his career numbers kind of skewed by that injury-filled 08 season. Outstanding in 06, solid in 07. 2-1 coming. Big breaking ball for a strike. 2-2.
You know, I said that big breaking ball, it's more like a curveball than a slider. And usually he'll just refer to it as a breaking ball.
Fastball, Tankersley strikes him out. Welcome back, Tank.
That's a nice job. And you talk about going after a tough hitter. We have talked about the 20-year-old rookie and what he's done so far this year. After the big breaking ball, the fastball, he gets it by Jason Hayward.
You have to know that Taylor Tankersley has been thinking about this moment for the last 2 years. Ever since undergoing surgery.
You know, and we saw him in spring training, but he still hadn't completely come around because he wasn't throwing with the velocity and with the crispness that he has been the last month.
Still, he has to get Chipper Jones out. Two for 3. Chipper RBI double in the first, singled in the third. Those 2 at-bats were against Ricky Nolasco. One and 1. Braves have a run here in the 6th. Infante and Prado.
And touch 90 on that fastball. That's good to see. He told us that he's been 88, 89, and he'll get 90, 91 occasionally. That's a little lower than where he once was. But again, I think with arm strength and just continuing to progress, he may get there more consistently.
1-2 coming. Missed in. And it's 2-2. This game delayed by an hour and 17 minutes. It knocked both starting pitchers out of the game after 4 innings. Ricky Nolasco and Tim Hudson. 2-2. And now at 3-2, both runners will start. You got Hinsky on deck. So if Tankersley loses Chipper, he will face Hinsky. He lost them, and now it's a lefty-lefty matchup.
Yeah, it's not all that bad. We talked about last night. Hinsky has not seen many left-handers. Just 1 for 5, so only 5 ABs against lefties. And with the point we are in the game, 6th inning, and the bench that Bobby Cox has tonight, he's not going to pinch hit here. So you kind of had the idea. You knew that Tank would face the lefty.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. Hinski's 0 for 3. It's one thing for a guy like Hinski, who the last 3 or 4 years has kind of been a role player, a reserve player. You don't get to face a lot of lefties in that spot. Popped him up. Cantu over. And he's got it. And Taylor Tankersley pitches out of trouble. That is a nice return to the big leagues by Tank. 4-2 Braves. Has returned both those guys in the big leagues now. Jay Bente, his big league debut. Tankersley returned after major surgery. And we check in with Craig Minervini. Craig?
Thank you, Rich. Marlins at school continuing all week. The team visiting just about 20 schools in the area, classrooms all over South Florida. Part of the Marlins at school using mathematics and baseball. And today had the chance to join Freddie Gonzalez along with Carlos Tosca and radio voice Glenn Gefter at Pasadena Lakes Elementary School, the third grade class of Mrs. Harrison. Mrs. Harrison is a huge Marlins fan. She's got clippings from all of the wins. You can notice behind the heads there of Carlos and Freddie on the left, and the entire class was very much into it. And they did lessons, too. They were nice to see for everybody on the mathematics using slugging percentage and various facts. They were very good, so it was good to see them all, and more Marlins will be out tomorrow. Like Ronnie right there.
He's out at first. Chipper Jones throws him out.
That's always a great week. And not only fun for the Marlins, but fun for the kids who kind of incorporate assignments that have a lot to do with the Marlins and with baseball. Hard thrower, Johnny Venters.
Johnny Venters, who lives in Coral Springs, attended Indian River Community College. And he whips up a fastball at 94, a strike to Cameron Maben. We saw Peter Moylan for an inning, and now Venters in the 6th. 4 innings of Tim Hudson.
Boy, good live fastball, and you've seen 3 fastballs all at 94 from Venters.
Ooh, 1-2 is a strike, and Maben watches it. Frozen at the plate, much like the Coors Light 6th inning freeze can. What shall we? Oh, yes. This was Ugla going off on the Cody Ross bobblehead. Look at the strength, the extension, and look at Cody. Splatow. If Wayne and Garth were here, they would say kaboom. The Frostbrewed Coors Light Freeze Can.
That's a great swing by Ugla, too.
That could be a new drill at home. You know, off the tee, don't hit a baseball.
Yeah, but don't pick on Cody.
I know, find something else. Brett Carroll. And it's 2-0. BC went after the 2-0 pitch and fouls it back. Carroll pinch hitting in the 9 spot of the order. Johnny Venters, the guy that had Tommy John surgery back in 2006.
I think pretty soon we're going to have more pitchers that have had Tommy John surgery than haven't had it. Have you had it, Rich?
No, I have not.
I have not either.
Thankfully not. Little pop up and Gloss can't get there in time.
Because if we did, then we would have to come back by broadcasting on flat ground.
Yeah, that's all part of the rehab process. Sharp breaking ball. Carroll goes down swinging. And the Marlins down in order. Johnny Venters. For everybody. Almost an hour and 20-minute rain delay. Tim Wood becomes pitcher number 4 for the Fish.
Now, the fact that the last out was made 9th spot of the order, here's an opportunity that Freddie, if he has some success from Tim Wood, he can get a couple of innings out of him, and they would certainly be needed innings at this point in time.
Gloss drives it in the gap. Maben over to cut it off. Does. And Troy Gloss, who's not running real well right now. Kind of limping around first. He's got a base hit. All you can eat seats mean all the hot dogs, peanuts, nachos, popcorn, and soda you want. All for one low price. Next, all you can eat seats. Friday the 28th. Marlins and the Phillies. Why, that would be tomorrow, Rich. 305-626-SAVE is the number to call. See, that's a drop-in, Tommy, that you need to start reading at the end of it.
It's always a good drop-in to read at the during a rain delay with all the free food. Gets me thinking food.
Melky Cabrera. Paulino digs it out. A double tonight for Cabrera. Little tapper down the line. The Marlins found out last night that the Braves bullpen is pretty good. Especially Billy Wagner, who looked very sharp. Eric O'Flaherty. Yeah, the Marlins bullpen last night and their failures forced the Marlins to shuffle the deck. Pinto going on the DL, Hopper going down. Bente and Tankersley coming up. They have both pitched tonight. Those two watching.
Well, you look at a game, the way it's gone tonight, with the rain delay certainly cut into the time of the starters.
Out there, Ugla will not make a turn.
It makes it so important as you look ahead with the start of Chris Bolstad tomorrow night. Chris opens up the series against the Phillies against right-hander Kyle Kendrick. And all of a sudden you look to Chris to try to make sure he can get 6-7 innings because of the work of the bullpen the last couple of nights.
And it's the Phillies who arrive, still having trouble scoring runs, still down 1-0 in New York to the Mets in the bottom of the 6th inning.
It's amazing. The Mets have shut him out the last 2 nights.
Mike Pelfrey has a 2-hit shutout going right now.
And Pelfrey's the best pitcher they've faced in that series.
With all due respect to R.A. Dickey. Escobar has walked and singled. Seems odd to see the batting average next to Escobar's name. We're not used to seeing him hitting 188, which is where he was to start play. I know he doesn't have a long track record.
He has a pretty good track record against the Marlins, though, in his career.
Well, that's for sure.
48 games, and he's a near 340 hitter.
He hit 299 last year. And he seemed to make big strides last year. His on-base percentage was .377.
One thing, you know, Rich, he spent some time on the DL. And he's about 11 games since coming off the disabled list with an ab muscle problem. And you have to think that's contributed to his average and also lack of home runs. No home runs this year from Escobar.
Escobar, who came to shore in Miami from Cuba, is still just 27. Smacks it into right field and into the gap. Ross can't cut it off. Headed towards third is Melky Cabrera. He's around third and he's going to score. And it looks like Escobar is busting out. He had 2 hits in his last 2 at-bats last night, and he is 2 for 3 tonight.
Boy, high fastball. And when you're starting to heat up, you see that pitch really well. And Escobar got it on that fast grass. He hit it so well, was able to split the gap and get it all the way to the wall. And that allowed Cabrera to score. This is what makes it tough. The Braves have been able to add on, get some runs. And the Marlins so far are trying to solve the Braves bullpen.
And because you have a short start by your starter because of the rain, it's hard to mix and match guys. You're at the mercy of, is Tim Wood, does he have it tonight? They tried to get 2 innings out of Bente. They got an inning in the third. Tankersley got 2 big outs. Maben is there and makes the catch on a well-hit ball by David Ross. Brooks Conrad has a bat, and it looks like he's going to come up.
So Venters gets 1 inning for Bobby Cox.
Venters, by the way, grew up in Altamont Springs, near Orlando. Here is Conrad. And Wood will go after him. In the American League, looks like just the game in Minnesota, 8-2, Minnesota over the Yankees in the bottom of the 8th. Kind of a short schedule in the American League tonight. Boston returned home after their sweep of the Rays and promptly lost to Kansas City tonight, 4-3. And the Rays bounced back by beating the White Sox 5-1. Evan Longoria and Carl Crawford homering. Oakland beat Baltimore 7-5. Pop up, Hanley out, Coughlin in. And he makes the catch. But the Braves get another run against the Marlins bullpen and stretch their lead to 5-2. Marlins and Braves finish here tonight, a 3-game series. The Phillies are in next, and that is tomorrow night. Kyle Kendrick, Chris Bolstad. Super Saturday indeed with Josh Johnson and Roy Halladay.
If you're thinking of plans for the Memorial Day weekend, Saturday, it's a Super Saturday, and look at the pitching matchup, Halladay and JJ.
Jamie Moyer against Anibal Sanchez. on Sunday. The Marlins have been able to get to Moyer lately, though this ballpark has been a great place for him to pitch.
Yeah, they still have not beaten him in this ballpark.
O'Flaherty to face Coughlin. Drags a bunt by the mound and has a base hit. Nicely done.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And you get that ball down on the ground if you can get it by the pitcher. The intent is to take it out in the direction of the second baseman. Going out that way, O'Flaherty almost gets to it. He wouldn't have had a play either way, and it's a bunt single for Chris Coughlin.
Coughlin is aboard. That's a start. Now Gabby comes up with Hanley and Cantu. Marlins have the top of the order here in the bottom of the 7th, down 3.
Pretty good fastball and slider. Some changeups from O'Flaherty. Not the fastball, though, that we saw from Johnny Venters. Venters 94, 95 with his.
Peter Moylan for an inning, Venters for an inning, and now O'Flaherty. One. Gabby gets jammed, bloops it into right, it falls for a hit, and it's kicked, and Coughlin's on his way to third. Hayward's throw is cut. Marlins at the corners. Here comes Hanley. Well, remember, the Braves had a couple of jam shots when they picked up a run against Jay Bente, so the Marlins with a little bloop hit here.
Hey, what do they say? Turnaround's fair play. And then the ball is booted by the youngster Jason Hayward, and alertly, and I say alertly because this would be very easy for Chris Coughlin just to say, okay, I'm going to go to second. That's it. As soon as he sees the ball squib away from Hayward, he heads over to third and gets there. So a nice job.
It'll be an error on Hayward. The Braves have made 4 errors in this ballgame. Hanley chops one to the left side. Chipper Jones gets it out there. The turn is not in time. A run is across. Hanley is safe. Gabby is out. And Hanley gets an RBI. Here comes Cantu.
Hanley's such an aggressive hitter, and you hate to take that away. You hate to see on that first pitch to not hit the ball very well when you're up there with a couple of runners on. And Hanley has struggled against left-handers this year. He's hit a lot better against right-handers.
Cantu takes up and out. Another RBI single. 36 driven in this year. Two and 0. Cantu tonight mic'd up for us.
Still hear me? No? Yes? Good. What a game, huh? Wow.
Yeah,
he's almost like the third man in the booth tonight.
He's a solid player. And he's one of those guys you have to see play day in and day out.
Went after the fastball. 2-2.
And we've been fortunate to see him for the last few years. Day in and day out.
This is year 3 as a Marlin for Cantu. Last year, 100 runs driven in. hit him in the foot. And Cantu's aboard. Hanley's going to second. Marlins at first and second now. And let's see if Bobby Cox has a hook for O'Flaherty. He's got a right-hander ready in the bullpen.
Yeah, he tried to drop a breaking ball down and in and caught a piece of Jorge Cantu. And you're right, here comes Bobby Cox. I think he got him on that left toe.
Bobby Cox is going to his bullpen in the bottom of the seventh. Braves trying to protect the 2-run lead. Our Marooney call to the pen.
When you need a car, truck or van.
(5-3) Atlanta on top of the Marlins. Dan Uggla and Takashi Saito. Fastball at the letters. A strike. Saito, a nice setup man for Billy Wagner. Uggla tonight is 0 for 2. And he's just looked at 2 fastballs.
Well, you don't see Dan Uggla. We saw that last night, I think. A couple of fastballs to a guy who certainly has lots of experience.
Takashi Saito has been tough on the Marlins. The Marlins roster collectively 0 for 20 against Saito. 0 for 21 collectively. That's amazing.
Guy who spent the entire year last year with Boston, and 3 years with the Dodgers, and then prior to that in Japan.
Here's Cody Ross.
Takashi Saito, 40 years old. So he wears his age on his back, number 40. He had about a 14-year career in Japan.
He's a guy, Tommy, that has better numbers in the big leagues than he did in Japan. I mean, his ERA coming into this season in 4 big league seasons, 2.05. In Japan, 3.81. You usually don't see that.
Yeah, I think he's had a little different role. kind of half and half. Games in Japan as a starter and reliever. But since he's come to the United States, all of his activity has been out of the bullpen.
An all-star with the Dodgers in 2007.
I mean, he's laying fastballs up there to some good fastball hitters.
And he's 2-2 on Ross. Hanley drove in a run with a fielder's choice. Cantu was hit by a pitch. The Marlins have 1 run in the inning, but are still down 2. Cody steps out. Full count, 3-2.
He's still pumping that fastball up there.
Love to see that man get a look at some of those fastballs. He's one of the better fastball hitters the Marlins have.
I'd also love to see Cody get another one and have a chance at another good swing.
A head start for Hanley and for Cantu from first and second. There they go. He spun one up there.
Yeah, he got the slider. That's the one thing that Saito can do, and certainly with all his experience. You can't sit and lay on that fastball even on a 3-2 pitch. He has confidence in the other pitches. Now, that doesn't mean he won't go back to the fastball here.
So another 3-2 coming. Runners on their way again. Fastball. Wow, he threw a fastball by Uggla, threw a fastball by Ross. And Saito finishes the inning. Marlins get 1 back, and that's it. The defensive play of the game brought to you by Home Depot. How about the Tarp Crew?
Well, we had the stopwatch on the Tarp Crew tonight, and they were fabulous. And I'll tell you what, this was one of their slower times. They had a little glitch there because the infield was so wet, and they still were able to get it done in under a minute.
Home Depot doing more on defense.
They got a better time in them this year.
Dan Meyer enters into this ball game. It's been a parade out of the pen since Ricky Nolasco went 4, and then the rain came. And an hour and 17-minute delay. Nolasco's night was done. Meyer throws a strike to Martin Prado with Jason Hayward and Chipper Jones.
No, that's right. Dan Meyer enters into this game with the top of the order. And Prado, with his 2 hits tonight, 20 multi-hit games. Ties him with Ryan Howard for multi-hit games in the league.
Prado backed off, turned his head, and he's drawn the ire of Dana DeMuth with hands on hips. DeMuth is glaring at him right now.
Umpires don't like to get showed up that way. It's one thing you can say something without, and now that I think he tried to make a quick appeal there.
He said, "Hey, I was talking to myself."
Dana DeMuth said, "Sure you were."
0-2. He just keeps hitting and hitting. The National League leader in hits. 3 more tonight. And a leadoff single here in the 8th.
Number 22, right-hander Jason Hayward.
That's one of the alarming numbers in the line of Dan Meyer. In just 7 1/3 innings, he's given up 14 base hits.
Here's Hayward.
You add to that 6 walks and a hit batter. That's a whole lot of base runners when he's out there.
Remember, he came in last night, faced 1 hitter. It was Eric Hinsky, and he walked him. The split so far for Jason Hayward. Two and 1. And we've said it ad nauseum about the Phillies with the trio of Utley, Howard, and Ibanez. But certainly with Hayward in the division now, and Hinsky playing a bigger role than many expected for the Braves. You need the lefties.
That's right. Just talking about the ones you mentioned, knowing that the Phillies are coming to town. Got the Nationals. You need somebody to go up against Adam Dunn once in a while.
Marlins might need to get Ross Gloat out this weekend.
Hit a pinch hit home run about a week ago. That was when the Phillies were scoring runs.
Charlie Manuel had a quick team meeting the other day. No screaming or yelling. It's not really Charlie's style.
That's not Charlie's style.
But he might be kicking something in the dugout right now, because the Mets have just scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th and have stretched their lead to 3-0 over the Phillies.
So they're in jeopardy, the Phillies, of being shut out 3 games in a row.
That's what makes last night's loss for the Marlins was frustrating enough, to have the bullpen fritter away the lead of Nate Robertson and lose the ball game. But the Phillies lost last night as well, so the Marlins could have picked up a full game on the Phillies. The Braves were happy to pick up that game, and if this score holds here tonight, and if the Phillies are shut out again, the Braves could pull to a 1.5 games back.
And if they are shut out again, not only will it be 3 in a row, it'll be 4 out of the last 5 games they've been shut out. What a crazy game. There's one of the best offensive teams in the National League.
Chipper's on deck. Prado's at first. And he might be on the move. Not running. Meyer walked him. So a single and a walk. Freddie doesn't have too many guys left in that bullpen. He's used Bente, he's used Tankersley, he's used Wood. And now Meyer.
Well, he's had Sanchez a couple of nights in a row. Would probably like to stay away from him. You want to use Clay Hensley when you get close, when you're in a game, either tie or have the lead. And then after that is Nunez. So yeah, it's a short bullpen with the way things have gone tonight.
And here is Chipper. It's ironic that Meyer would appear in this game, started by Tim Hudson. Meyer was one of the big pieces that went from the Braves to Oakland in the Tim Hudson trade. One and 0. Prado and Hayward. Two and 0. And if Meyer doesn't throw strikes, obviously Freddie's going to have to go get somebody out of that pen. And obviously, as Tommy just illustrated, the choices are pretty limited.
Yeah, I mean, you bring a Clay Hensley in a game like this, you may need him tomorrow night against the Philadelphia Phillies. By the way, the Mets, with that lead they have against Philadelphia, if they go on and win that game, they'll go to 19-9 at home. Where the Mets have really struggled is on the road. They're 6-14 on the road.
Meyer has gone 3-0 to Chipper Jones. Three and 1.
You know, with Chipper Jones's walk last inning, believe it or not, it moves him into the all-time lead. Not just Atlanta Braves, the Braves as a franchise. He passed Eddie Matthews for the most walks in Braves franchise history. And 1,376, and add one, 1,377.
Well, a manager's worst nightmare. A rain-shortened start from his starting pitcher. The Marlins just brought two relievers up from AAA. They both have pitched. Ryan Sanchez has worked 2 nights in a row. Marlins would like to stay away from him. Clay Hensley and Leo Nunez are your other choices. Daniel Pinto put on the disabled list today. Rick Badenhop sent down to New Orleans. And here is Hinsky, and this is the guy that Meyer came in and walked last night. An 0-for-4 night for Hinsky. Braves have assembled 13 hits to go with their 5 runs. Oh and 2. Prado singled on an 0-2 pitch. Hayward battled and then walked. And Chipper added to his all-time Braves total. He's having a casual conversation with Gabby Sanchez at first.
Well, after this next pitch, I'll tell you what he might have been thinking about.
0-2.
Just to show you that our crack staff has way too much time. The 1,377 walks, you factor in it's 90 feet from home to first. That's about 23.5 miles.
That is impressive. Ground ball, diving stop. Ugla flips to Hanley. Got one there. Got two there. Terrific play by Ugla to start the double play. The Braves do get a run. The Marlins get a couple of outs.
Well, what a scorcher hit by Hinske, and just laying out with Dan Ugla to pick it. Gets the flip. He even had time. He took a peek at the runner going home. I don't know what he was going to do, but he took a peek. Makes the play. And then Hanley gets the relay to complete the double play. No RBI for Hinske, but the Braves do get a run.
Now Meyer has to get Troy Gloss. Hayward is still at third, and it's 2-0 to Gloss. You've got the switch hitting Melky Cabrera on deck. And Meyer's all over the place. It's 3-0.
See, and that's the frustrating part for Freddie. He sees an outing like this from Dan Meyer. How can he bring him in a close game down the road to pitch against some of the Philly left-handers? He's in this game out of necessity. And these are the opportunities. And it's not like Dan Meyer's not trying. Not like he doesn't want to get better. These are the opportunities where a pitcher can work on things and get better and get himself in key situations in games.
See Paulino trying to get him through this. And he loses Gloss. Now he'll go after the switch hitting Cabrera.
Number 53, center, Cabrera.
And your point is a good one. I mean, you can go down and get Hensley right now. You can go down and get Leo Nunez if you want right now. But the Phillies are coming to town, and the Brewers are right behind them.
Yeah, they are.
And the Marlins don't have another off day for what, another 10 days?
And as we have preached, you need everybody down there.
That's a fair ball. Long throw across, and it skips away. One run will score. Cabrera scampers back to the bag, and it's now 7-3. Cantu tried to make a difficult throw. I think it'll be a hit and an error.
Yeah, it's a hit for Cabrera. It's a great effort by Cantu. It's the only chance he had to get an out, and the ball gets away from Gabby Sanchez. So a base hit, and then an E5, and the Braves get another.
Now Escobar. Meyer has thrown 27 pitches, 14 balls, 13 strikes. 2-0. Went after the 2-0 pitch and fouls it back. Escobar 2 hits.
Looks like Jesse Chavez getting ready.
You can hear the running commentary by Escobar at the plate. (3-1). He walks him. Here comes David Ross.
Number 8, catcher David Ross.
Well, those guys are collectively a solid group down there, and they feel for each other because they're a unit within a team, that bullpen.
Ross has hit the ball hard tonight. He is 1 for 3. Line to center his last time up. Myers all over the place. And it's 1-0.
I feel this is deja vu all over again. The 7th inning from last night.
And I think the Marlins are finally going to have to get somebody. There's some activity down in the bullpen right now, some shuffling around. There's the ball strike ratio. It's Brian Sanchez. Marlins wanted to stay away from him tonight. We've said it before, you can't hide people in the bullpen in the big leagues. There are guys that certainly go through slumps as relievers, but sooner or later you got to pitch them.
In this game, with the rain delay, is a perfect example.
Especially in the National League, and especially when you're trailing in that game. And it's a close game.
Now, a little different if you have a 1 or 2 run lead. Then you go to some other guys.
Ross makes a big cut and a miss, and it's 2-2. He stays alive, count stays at 2-2. And we're not singling Dan Meyer out. There's been a group of relief pitchers that the Marlins have had this year that have had their struggles. Burke Badenhop just sent down. Raniel Pinto has been ineffective this year, especially against lefties.
Saw the hopper before he left, and he had an extremely professional outlook as to his demotion. He said, you know what? Sometimes, he said, no, he didn't say sometimes. He said, you know, you earn your way up here. Sometimes you earn your way out of here, too. And that's exactly what happened.
Marlins have tried Tim Wood, Chris LaRue. 3-2 coming. It's down low. He lost it. When he walks in a run, it's 8-3. And Freddie, the last thing he wants to do is go down and get Sanchez, but Sanchez is loosening, because if you break Sanchez into this game, you essentially lose him for tomorrow night, because that'll be 3 nights in a row.
Rich, including Marlins starting pitching. Marlins starters have not walked more than 4 in a game this year. That was number 5 for Dan Meyer.
You know, the other thing, someone's going to have to pitch the ninth.
Oh, you had to remind me, didn't you?
Saito is actually taking the at-bat. As you see, he hits left-handed. And so I think because of that fact, Meyer going to try to get this last out. And a check swing on a pitch that was up and in.
Over 40 pitches for Dan Meyer. The bullpen tonight of Bente, Tank, Wood, and Meyer, the bullpen has thrown over 100 pitches.
And the other thing, the pitcher spot for the Marlins is due up third in the bottom of the 8th inning. 1-2 on Saito. Two and two. And he got him. Tough inning for Dan Meyer. Braves add on with 3 painful runs in the 8th. Marlins bullpen has wobbled again tonight, and the Braves have added on and stretched their lead.
Rich, where's the 10-run reel or the sluggers list?
Well, here is Paulino. Saito was dynamite in the bottom of the 7th. The Marlins had something going. The game was still close. Dan Uggla was up. And Saito came in and threw fastballs and struck Uggla out on a fastball and struck Cody Ross out on a fastball.
And at the time, it was a 5-2 game, 5-3 game. These are the kind of games, Rich, I was just thinking about this. You think about a lot of things in a game like this. These are the kind of games that they should have young kids in college do for practice if they want to be play-by-play or color analysts or producers or directors.
Come in and do these games?
Well, a game like this. It's an exciting game with all kinds of things happening. It's an easy game to do. And then they could tell you that Bobby Cox made some changes in the inning. Melky Cabrera has moved to left, and Nate McLeod has come in to play center. And Eric Hinsky has gone over to first. And Bobby Cox has seen many games like this.
Tommy Hutton, I think you're going to get extra credit for that.
Well, you see.
Well, last night, Freddie Gonzalez had his bullpen break on him. Marlins had a lead. Bullpen came in and gave up 6 runs in the 7th inning. Marlins lost the game 7-3.
Well, if you want to pick out some bright spots,
please do,
and I will. How about Ronnie Paulino?
Yes,
with his second base hit. But even if you look at the bullpen, certainly Taylor Tankersley stood out. Good to see Tank back throwing the way he was able to throw and get a big strikeout of Jason Hayward. And even the first inning of Jay Bente had almost a 1-2-3 inning, walked a batter, and that was it. Gave up a run the next inning.
Maybin's up. Mike Lamb is on deck. Even the 2 hits that Bente gave up that led to the run were good pitches. It was a jam shot to right, and remember, a broken bat single to left.
We're just trying to find that silver cloud.
No, I think
silver lining.
It's the lining.
The lining, not the cloud.
The cloud has dumped all over
We have
us.
found the black cloud.
Yes. We've been there and done that. Maybin takes outside. 2-0. So it looks like it's going to be Brian Sanchez in the 9th. Although Clay Hensley has started to throw down in the pen. And so Hensley may get the 9th.
And the other downside, the offense tonight, Marlins have 9 hits. But they've also left 9 men on base. So they've had opportunities.
Maybin fouls that fastball back. It's 2-2. Saito, an all-star closer with the Dodgers. I know you said he's getting up there in age, but if he can summon up some of the stuff that he's had in Los Angeles and Boston, he makes for a outstanding setup man for Billy Wagner. As we saw last night, and I talked to Billy Wagner before the game tonight, he said his arm feels great.
Yeah.
Body feels great.
Yeah, he's throwing low to mid-90s.
Wagner was talking about the closers in the game today and some of the guys that were his peers and still are. Trevor Hoffman, guys that have done it for so long and so well. And what has amazed him about those guys is just how, and Mariano Rivera, another one he mentioned, is how calm they are. And he said he could never feel that way. Maybin strikes out. Wagner said he gets to be a nervous wreck about the 6th inning, 7th inning. And even you can see him right now. It's a 5-run lead, and he's stretching, looking around. He said he is absolutely nervous when he comes into a ball game, and he thought to himself in his career, man, why am I like this? Why can't I be like Hoffman? Why can't I be like Rivera? He said it was at an all-star game. He was in the bullpen at an all-star game, and he's sitting next to John Smoltz. And he looks over, and he sees Smoltz biting his nails. I mean, absolutely chewing him down to the nubs. And he said, from that point on, he said, I'm normal. if Smoltz feels that way,
with the stuff that he has,
I can feel that way.
Yeah, there are exceptions. I don't even know if Mariano Rivera sweats. Mariano Rivera last night picked up 2 saves in that suspended game, and then in the game that followed.
Mike Lamb, that's a nice diving stop at first base. Eric Hinsky, our Jaguar performer of the game.
Hey, which camera I'm supposed to see? Anybody? Anybody? Hello, 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 hello. Are you tired yet? Unbelievable, huh? What a long night. This humidity is really bad.
Jorge Cantu tonight, a 1-for-3 night with an RBI single. Mike Lamb robbed of a hit there.
I think Mike Lamb really fits that role, and it's a lot different for a young player like when Brian Peterson was here. Lamb, a veteran, he knows that's going to be his role.
Conklin has a couple of hits. Chris takes down low. Rob Nen was the other closer that Billy Wagner talked about, who was in full flight as a great closer when Wagner came into the league.
Yeah, Rob Nen getting his start here as a Marlin.
Had a nice run in San Francisco as well. Conklin pops it out to left. And Cabrera makes the catch. Inning over. To the 9th. Looks like Clay Hensley coming in. And it's started by Dan Uggla. Hanley Ramirez has a special guest appearance and a cameo by Gabby Sanchez.
Well, what a pick by Dan to start that double play to Rob Hinsky.
So here is Hensley, and the Marlins have to have somebody come in and pitch. And the decision is to bring Hensley in. And you can see what Freddie's thinking here. If he brought Sanchez in, then he loses Sanchez for tomorrow night.
For sure.
He couldn't bring Hensley into the 8th for a couple of reasons. Number one, you want Hensley as a last resort, and this is a last resort.
And the nightmare is if Hensley has a high pitch inning. So that's a good start there to get Prado a tough hitter on 2 pitches.
And you certainly didn't want Hensley to pitch more than 1 inning, because then you might lose him for tomorrow night. The Coors Light cold hard blast. That's a triple. Jason Hayward thought it was a home run. Watch this. It went out. It went out. Did not. And so Dan Meyer, who walked 5 in that 8th inning, one short of a Marlins record. That's a deep fly ball to right field. Let's see if Cody has room. He does. Makes the catch. 5 walks in an inning is one shy of the Marlins record. Do you know, Tommy Hutton, who holds the Marlins record for most walks in an inning?
I do not, but I know you do, and this will get you extra credit.
He is now a starting pitcher.
4.
Oh, that gives it away.
Oh, okay.
He was a reliever at the time.
Ryan Dempster.
Yes.
And a good starting pitcher with the Cubs.
Yep. Chipper up. Hensley misses inside. Hensley did not work last night. He did throw on Tuesday night an inning. And so you would think Clay would be available tomorrow night in the series opener against the Phillies. Two and one.
I think Bobby Cox has to feel good. Chipper Jones has to feel good about the way he swung the bat tonight.
Long run for Coughlin. Was that a Billy Wagner sighting there briefly?
Yeah, he's been loosening up. I guess he wants to get some work. Looks like he's going to come into the game.
Well, he hadn't worked in a while before we saw him last night for an inning. Uglaw to first.
Nice job. Did that all in just 9 pitches.
Very nice. Marlins down 5 and down to their last 3 outs. Marooney. Hey, South Florida, when you need a car, truck, or van, who are you going to call? 1-877-Marooney. Buy Corona. Kick back, relax with an ice cold Corona and lime. Enjoy a Corona today. Dodge Ram trucks, award-winning Ram trucks, plus the new heavy duty, make it one of the most powerful lineups in Ram history. By South Florida Ford, visit southfloridaford.com for great offers. And by AT&T, find out what's possible at the nation's fastest 3G networks. AT&T, rethink possible. Not only do the Marlins need 5 runs, but they have to get it against Billy Wagner. Wagner has made a smooth re-entry into the closer workforce. Something he's done throughout his career. First with Houston, 2 years with Philadelphia, 4 years with the Mets. Filled a role of a short man, lefty, tail end of last year for Boston.
Yeah, with his 5 saves this year, 390 in his career. I think over the years he's developed his breaking ball a little better. He used to be just a come at you with the 95 to 98 mile an hour fastball.
We talked about that today as well. He said one of the things that he's learned in his 16 years, and he knocked on his head and said it probably took me 13, 14 years too long to realize this, is that you don't need to throw as much as he did early in his career. Early in his career, he said that even as a closer, before a ball game, he would throw on flat ground, and if he didn't feel right, his breaking ball didn't feel right, he'd keep throwing, and he'd keep throwing. And he said there were some nights where he'd get up in the 9th inning to warm up, and in reality, he'd already thrown 50 or 60 pitches that day. Because he said, pitchers don't trust it. If they're just playing catch and it doesn't feel like it's coming out of their hands real good, if it doesn't feel it, pitchers will throw breaking balls on flat ground just to keep that feel. He said if a pitcher's reaction is, if it doesn't feel good, all right, well, I'm going to make it feel good.
And by the way, the greatest thing and why we have these stories, I was able to talk to him yesterday. You talked to him today. Billy Wagner is usually out here about the time that the Marlins are taking batting practice. And he usually sits in the dugout. Bobby Cox is always there. So yesterday they were sitting together. I don't know what the setup was today, but he comes out, he watches the other team, he talks to whoever comes by. Bobby does the same thing. And they make themselves available, and that's, for us and for the job we have, that's outstanding.
I had a good discussion with Brian McCann about contact lenses today as well. He's kind of an expert on eyewear.
He's kind of gone back and forth.
Yeah, with the contacts and the LASIKs and the glasses. I had that all prepared, but then he's not in the lineup, so we'll wait till the 4th of July. By then, they may have acquired Chris Coast, and I can tell the Chris Coast story.
Chris Coast story. I always have that one in the bag.
That's right.
That's right. We'll be in Atlanta for the 4th of July. That's right after our Puerto Rico trip, Rich.
That's right. So you get ready for that. Last night we had some Tommy Bahama rum in the booth. And apparently they had it down in the truck as well.
The problem, though, in the truck, the bottles were empty.
Yeah, well, that's why we had tone in our ears. Between the 2nd and the 3rd inning.
What button? You mean this button? Well, first 2 games of that series against the Phillies, Chris Volstad, and game 2 on Saturday, it'll be Josh Johnson.
Hanley drives one down the right field line. Into the corner it goes. Hanley digging for second. I think he's going to go for third. And he's going to get there. A 1-out triple. Going to bring Cantu up.
Hanley, the last couple of games, has really swung the bat nicely. That high fastball he took care of. Hanley with a couple of hits tonight. Has a stolen base, has an RBI, has a run scored. And cruises into third with that triple.
Cantu another at bat with a runner in scoring position. It's 0-1. I did not have the heart to ask Billy Wagner if he had seen Miguel Olivo lately. because when Olivo was here, his career numbers against Wagner were, I think he was like 9 for 12 at one point, with 3 or 4 home runs. See, it's stuff like that if you brought that up, he would not be available the next time we wanted to speak with him.
Yeah, you have to pick your spots and pick your questions and make sure the next time you show up, maybe the last series of the year, since he has said this is going to be his last year. Then you can load up on Billy Wagner stories. And there's that breaking ball. And that was a good one.
Ended up down at the feet of Cantu. Our last segment. Corey Cantu mic'd up.
Nice, warm, enjoyable, safe flight home.
Thank you, buddy.
And I'll see you soon.
I'll see you soon.
And tell Billy to throw me a fastball.
Well, let's say they'll probably get to Atlanta. We talked about they have a series against the Pirates
before you get back home to Palm Beach.
No, I may beat them home, but they'll get to Atlanta before the Phillies get here.
That's true. The Phillies were shut out again. That's a final. The Mets 3-0.
Unbelievable. 3 in a row. So they sweep that series, the Mets, against the Phillies. All shutouts.
Mike Pelfrey went 7 innings. Walked 5, struck out 5, gave up 3 hits.
R.A. Dickey started the first game, the veteran knuckleballer. In the second game, Hisanori Takahashi started.
Billy Wagner, nasty stuff. Strikes out Cantu, strikes out Ugla, and the Braves take the series. Not a save, still impressive.